A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kanika, what was going to happen to Kanika. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Where was Bree Bree? Part 2. All right, let's talk. Well, today, people, it has been such an interesting day. I am here. I am back live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, where was Bree Bree? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back. And I am back with a vengeance. And I am back to talk about the Kanika Jenkins case. On last night, peoples, I have literally went in hard and heavy on the Kanika Jenkins case. I went in hard and heavy on the Kanika Jenkins case, and I am back to talk about it, peoples. And so I'm back to finish what I had started up on last night. Back to finish what I started up on last night. I see that they're trying to censor my video on Facebook. You know, I don't know why they're so up in their panties, but it's okay. I don't have to have Facebook in order to do my lives anyway. But I am here and I am back, and I am going to go ahead and I'm going to finish the live for what I had started on last night. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen, and we're going to just dive right into this. So let me go ahead and clear this screen and share the other screen, and we're going to dive right into this, peoples. Let's go.
Rosemont, the 19-year-old's body was found 2 days later.
Peoples, what did the news reporter just reported? He said Kanika Jenkins disappeared on September the 8th. On September the 8th. He never said that Kanika Jenkins disappeared on September the 9th. He said Kanika Jenkins disappeared on September the 8th. So if Kanika Jenkins disappeared on September the 8th, what is that telling you? It is telling you that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. You just heard what the reporter said. Kanika Jenkins disappeared on the 8th, not on the morning of the 9th. Boy, peoples, you're not listening to me. That's why let me go ahead. Let me repeat that again. Tell them what you just said, my friend. The breast is going to pop out. Look.
Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the
bingo. Now look. You seen the breast pop out. Right there. You see that, right? Look at that. Look at the breast exposed. You see the cleavage right there. See that, right? Okay, so that is indicative of the fact, peoples, that, and then you can see the black lining down here under the breast. The breast pop out. Clearly see that right there, peoples. And the person said none of the clips had shown Jenkins walking herself in the freezer. Let's listen in, peoples.
Out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
It's a shame that
she said none of the clips. I want you to get that. Clips, not video. Not video. Clips. That's all they showed you was clips. They didn't show you video. They showed you clips. You got to understand that, peoples. Understand video versus clips. They showed you clips, peoples. They showing you clips. You guys can't hear the sound? Can you guys hear me? Testing. Let me turn up my volume on my phone. Can you guys hear me? Oh yeah, you guys can hear me. You guys can hear it. Let me share it again, just in case you guys can't hear it. So let me share my screen again. Now the sound is on. Okay, so I know you can hear it now. Let me rewind that back.
My opinion, I believe she was dead before she got in the freezer.
Rosemont police released surveillance video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
You heard what she said. She said none of the clips have shown Jenkins walking into a freezer. She said clips. She didn't say videos. She said none of the clips. And that's all that they show you was clips. And you heard what Jenkins' uncle had said. But that's not on TM's side. That's up on the father's side. He said, in my opinion, she was dead before. Let's go back and listen to what he said. Because, see, I didn't make this up, peoples. This is what he said.
Was underage drinking.
The little bit that I seen on the on Facebook, you know, it seemed like somebody reached out and grabbed her or something. I don't know. My opinion, I believe she was dead before she got in the freezer.
Rosemont police released surveillance video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
it's a shame that they had all them cameras on her moving around, but they had no cameras right there when she got put in that freezer.
The teen's body wasn't found until almost 24 hours after the family says it made repeated pleas to the hotel and the police.
The young lady said, she said that it's amazing how all of those cameras was around, but there was no cameras when she was put into the freezer. So she don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle believed that she was dead before she was placed in the freezer. Isn't that what Edward Joseph been saying for the longest time, people? I've said that she did not walk herself in the freezer. I said she was carried. Now, the uncle and this young lady share my sentiments because she said she was placed in there. Well, if you placed in there, well, then they didn't drag her in there. They carried her. Because if they dragged her in there, then we would have seen drag marks all over the floor. We didn't see drag marks on the floor, peoples. They carried her. Did you hear what I said? I said they carried her. They carried her to the freezer.
Mostly peaceful protests followed as the family asked the FBI to investigate the circumstances surrounding her death as attorneys for her mother conduct their own.
Something is being covered up. Somebody's hiding something.
So this afternoon, friends and family pray for justice so they say Kenneka Jenkins can truly rest in peace.
I love her. May her soul rest in peace. May her soul go to heaven.
Evelyn Holmes, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
And you heard what the young lady said. May her soul go to heaven. That's what the young lady said, right? She said, may her soul go to heaven. And that was my ultimate prayer, peoples. May Kenneka Jenkins' soul go to heaven. It was my prayer, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins' soul goes to heaven. Now, I want to get to the clip of the friend, Bree Bree, crying at the funeral. Let's see if this is it right here.
After weeks of protests and questions surrounding her death, Kenneka Jenkins was laid to rest today. She is the 19-year-old woman who was found dead inside a hotel freezer on September 9th. Mourners cried, screamed, and held one another as they passed the lavender-colored casket. Friends and family wore purple to honor Kenneka. Hundreds of people packed the House of Hope Church for the service. Jenkins' death drew national attention. In this surveillance video, she is seen stumbling around the hotel. Jenkins disappeared on September 8th during a party with friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont. The 19-year-old's body was found 2 days later.
You heard what the reporter said, that Kenneka Jenkins came up missing on the 8th, not the 9th. So if he's telling you, even if you believe that she was there on the 8th and alive and stuff, it still wasn't the 9th. So, which is clearly telling you what Edward Joseph has been telling you all of this time, that wasn't Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment on the 9th. You just heard what the man said. The news reporter said. He said that she was not walking the halls of that establishment on the 9th, the morning of the 9th. Peoples, that is what he said. That is what T. Slate said. That is what Casey Cloy O'Vera Sanchez Medina said. And that is what Edward Joseph has been saying forever and a day, peoples. Let's play that back just one more time. Here's that little excerpt.
Clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
It's a shame that they had all them cameras on her moving around, but they had no cameras right there when she got put in that freezer.
They didn't have no cameras there when she got put into the freezer. See, I didn't say that, peoples. This is Jenkins' friend saying that. They didn't have no cameras when she was put and when she was put into the freezer. I didn't say that. That's what the family friend had said, peoples.
Teen's body wasn't found until almost 24 hours after the family says it made repeated pleas to the hotel and the police.
The young lady said, she said that it's amazing how all of those cameras was around, but there was no cameras when she was put into the freezer. So she don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle believed that she was dead before she was placed in the freezer. Isn't that what Edward Joseph been saying for the longest time, people? I've said that she did not walk herself in the freezer. I said she was carried. Now, the uncle and this young lady share my sentiments because she said she was placed in there. Well, if you placed in there, well, then they didn't drag her in there. They carried her. Because if they dragged her in there, then we would have seen drag marks all over the floor. We didn't see drag marks on the floor, peoples. They carried her. Did you hear what I said? I said they carried her. They carried her to the freezer.
Mostly peaceful protests followed as the family asked the FBI to investigate the circumstances surrounding her death as attorneys for her mother conduct their own.
Something is being covered up. Somebody's hiding something.
So this afternoon, friends and family pray for justice so they say Kenneka Jenkins can truly rest in peace.
I love her. May her soul rest in peace. May her soul go to heaven.
Evelyn Holmes, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
And you heard what the young lady said. May her soul go to heaven. That's what the young lady said, right? She said, may her soul go to heaven. And that was my ultimate prayer, peoples. May Kenneka Jenkins' soul go to heaven. It was my prayer, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins' soul goes to heaven. Now, I want to get to the clip of the friend, Bree Bree, crying at the funeral. Let's see if this is it right here.
After weeks of protests and questions surrounding her death, Kenneka Jenkins was laid to rest today. She is the 19-year-old woman who was found dead inside a hotel freezer on September 9th. Mourners cried, screamed, and held one another as they passed the lavender-colored casket. Friends and family wore purple to honor Kenneka. Hundreds of people packed the House of Hope Church for the service. Jenkins' death drew national attention. In this surveillance video, she is seen stumbling around the hotel. Jenkins disappeared on September 8th during a party with friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont. The 19-year-old's body was found 2 days later.
Let me do this, people. So let me copy this because I need to. Let me do this right here. Let me copy this. As you can see, peoples, even the news reporter has already told you that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. Peoples, how many times does Edward Joseph have to consistently and insistently keep telling all of you Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment? I said it. The news reporter said it. T. Slay said it. Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina said it. How many times does I have to continue to keep telling you that she never walked the halls of that establishment, that it wasn't her that was walking the halls? If the news people is telling you, if I'm telling you, if T. Slay is telling you, and Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina is telling you, and these other two content creators that I had already mentioned, many of you watch their lives, many of you believe what they say. Well, if they are telling you that she never walked the halls on that establishment on the 9th, what is that telling you? It's telling you, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the 9th. It wasn't her. How many times do I got to continue to keep telling you peoples? It wasn't her. When are you going to get it? It wasn't her. Trish Hollywood has says every 6 months a hotel has inspections and the cameras has 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 to be working. And then she said, ask her how she knows people. Hollywood had says, and for the book and for the record, they didn't want to pay Teresa, but they had to. Peoples, they gave you clips. They didn't give you video. They gave you clips. I've shown you Kanika's family, her uncles had spoken out. Her friends had spoken out. They didn't believe Kanika ever walked the halls of that establishment on the 9th. That's what they said. They never mentioned the 9th. So where are all of you people getting this 9th from that she walked the halls of the establishment on the 9th? What, just because they showed you video footage of a girl walking the halls early morning hours on the 9th, peoples? Really? Really? Nobody that I ever shown you had ever said that she walked the halls of that establishment on the 9th. You people believe what they gave you. And I have told you many times over. And even the content creators that you listen to had told you the same thing, but yet you didn't want to listen to me. But you didn't want to listen to them either. Because you only went by what the video footage had said, but they never mentioned her walking the halls of that establishment on the 9th. And that's what I've been telling you for years, peoples. That's what I've been telling you for years. Trish Hollywood has said the reason Teresa lied the way she did, she had to be in agreement with them. That's why she lied the way she did. That's why she shut the protest down and told the people the hotel wasn't making no money. Now, where is Mr. I've seen the video, Andrew Holmes? Where is he in all of this, peoples? Where is Mr. I seen the video? I seen that baby walking herself, stumbling and fumbling and bumbling into a freezer. Where's Mr. Andrew Holmes, peoples? See? This is why I do what I do, peoples. This is why I go back and I show you people unequivocally and undeniably my videos, because I got all of the juicies. Now, if I'm not making no sense, well, then help me. Let me know now, peoples. Let me know now. Because, see, I can pull a rabbit out of the hat and I can embarrass anybody. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, they are embarrassed and you are embarrassed because you've been listening to them forever and a day, but yet they have been agreeing with me all of this time, and I've been telling you that they've been agreeing with me all of this time. But they want to put a spin up on it, and because they put a spin up on it, now you guys want to fight up against me. But now I went back and I went in my archives and I've shown you what they said. And what they said, they were agreeing with me all of this time. Oh, people! See, this is why those suckers would never say anything now, because see, now they look stupid. Because I've only used their own words up against them because they've been agreeing with me all of this time. And now you suckers look so stupid because you've been listening to them, but you've been agreeing with me. And don't that make you look so damn stupid, peoples? I mean, it really does. Because I've been telling you for years, but you didn't want to listen to me. You wanted to listen to them. But now I've shown you that they have been agreeing with me. And they have been debunking all of you suckers who've been believing that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment on the night, and it wasn't her. Even the news reporter told you it wasn't her. Now, what you gonna say? The news reporter, Casey Chloe O'Vera Sanchez Medina, T. Slay, and Edward Joseph is wrong, all because you watched the video and you believe that that's her walking the halls on that establishment on the night? You are foolish and you are stupid. How could all of us get it out wrong, peoples? And you only seen a fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious video footage that you only seen clips. You heard what the girl said. Why is it that when it comes down to her walking in the freezer, the so-called cameras just happens to not be in operation? Peoples, don't be stupid. I said, don't be stupid, peoples. Because when you want to sit your black tails up here and tell me what I don't know, I turn around and tell your colored tail what I do know. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, when you want to get ignorant, indignant, and malignant with no pigment, well, damn it, I give you color. I will blacken and darken your skin. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will make you melatonin, peoples. I can get down just as ignorant as ignorant can ignorant be. I can get down to your level. I can just be as ignorant and indignant. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I can come down to your level and meet you right where you are and still give it to you. Plain, unadulterated, and raw. Because if you can't understand it up on my level, let me come down to your level and give it to you plain as daylight. And so for the stupid people, for the ignorant people, for the lollipops, for the suckers, let me just give it to you plain and simple. Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Now, I mean, that is just how plain and how simple that I can get it. You know, I mean, I can't say it no plainer than that. I can't say it no plainer than that. Everybody is keep hollering the 8. Well, if it's the 8, it's still not the 9. And it still goes with what I said, that she never walked the halls of that establishment. That is what I had said. That's what I meant. And that's what I stand 10 toes down upon. Bingo to the bingo peoples. I mean, you know, boy, I tell you, peoples, you know, My mama has always told me you cannot educate a fool because a fool never will go to school. So I can't educate fools, so why even try? All right, Edward Joseph, go ahead and play the video, my friend, because you can't educate fools. Stupid people will never learn. Ignorant people have a chance because they don't know. Stupid people know, but they just refuse to acknowledge. Now, let's go. Boy, oh my God, Jesus. My heart, it just gets so heavy every time I talk about this case. Every time. Okay, so this is not it. So I thought that I copied the video. So let me go back to the video. Now, see, people, let me point out another thing that nobody has ever pointed out. What does it say? It says KJ. It doesn't say KM. It says KJ. KJ is representative of who? Kanika Jenkins. And then what was her nickname? It was Nika. Nika. N-E-K-A. Nika. That's what it says, people. It didn't say KM. It didn't say Dashika. It says Nika. Oh my God, people's boy, you guys kill me with this bullshit and madness that you guys be coming up with. It says Kanika Jenkins, peoples, not Kanika Martin. Do you see that, peoples? Let's go. Let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples. Every time I talk about this case, boy, my heart just, ooh. All right, so let me go back to that. Let me go back to the video because I have to copy this because I want to get that little clip right there. So let me rewind this.
After weeks of protests and questions surrounding her death, Kanika.
Okay, so maybe I can't copy it. So let me see. Put this in here. Yeah, they're making it so shit that nobody can copy this video, but I'm gonna get it. Paste the URL in there. And let me see it. No. So let me do it like that. Nope. So it won't let me do it like that. All right, so let me see. Let me go back to this video. And let me go to, let me share. Let me copy that. Copy that link. Now I should be able to download it like that. Should be, but may not let me do it. So let me go here. Let me go down there. Let me see. I'm gonna have to delete all that. Let me paste that and let me see. Okay, cool. So I just want that little clip right there. I want that little clip because That's what I've been was searching for, but now I found it. And let me call this up, peoples. I'm gonna call this up right here. There it is right there. Let me put it in my editing software. And we put it in here. Okay, and then let me put it in my Kanika Jenkins clips. So at least I'll have it. Put it right there. Okay, and make sure it's in there. Yeah, it is right there. Cool. Now, this is the part that I want to edit out. I just want this little part right here. Close the gap. I want this part right here, right there. And so my question is simply this, Bree Bree, because you're the one who was crying the loudest. You know, you are the one, Bree Bree, that was crying the loudest. You are the one who was crying the loudest, Bree Bree. And this little clip right here is what I want to get right here. I've been looking for this, and I don't think God found it. Thank you, Jesus. See, look how God works. God had allowed me to get the various thing that I wanted to get right here. So, yeah, I want all of that. I sure do. I want all of that. But that's mostly what I want to get right there. So, let me go ahead and get this little clip right here. That little clip right there. Okay, let me cut this off right here. I'll get the rest of that, but this is the part that I want right here. So let me turn on the sound. Let me go and export this. And then I'm going to do same as timeline. I'm going to do Bree Bree at the funeral. Okay, let me export that. Bingo. So open that up. Then I'm going to copy you right to Kanika's clips right there. Cool. Now, let me call that up, people, because I want to talk about this young lady right here on the name of Bree Bree. So let me go back to here, StreamYard. And then let me go ahead and copy that video right here, video file. And where's that little clip? I thought that I put it in here. Did I put it in here? No, I didn't put it in here. Okay, so let me go and find it and put it in there. So let me go to here. Oh, it's in my downloads. Okay, so let me go to my downloads. Let me go to my downloads right here. And where are you? Nope, it's not there. So, all right. So it's not there. So what did I do it? What did I do to it? I did it somewhere. So it left me downloads, Bree Bree at the funeral. So I just did it. Okay, so here, let me export it again and open up that. Okay, so it's in my downloads. There it is right there. Bree Bree at the funeral. Okay. Now, Bree Bree at the funeral. Let me put it in my clips. Bree Bree at the funeral. Let me put it in my clips. There's Kanika Jenkins clips. Replace the video. Yep, replace it. All right, so it's in there, it says. And Bree Bree at the funeral. Okay, there we go.
And held one another as they passed the lavender. And held one another as they.
So I got to put a different face to that because, yeah, I don't know why it has that face on it, but okay. But at least I have it, so I know. All right, so let me go back here and let me call up that video. So let me go here and let me share that video file. Bree Bree at the funeral, right there. Beautiful.
Held one another as they passed the lavender.
So where is it? Right here. There it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and rewind that back a little bit. And so, peoples, you know, here I am again, and this is what I say. See, this is why you need to go back and research the various things that was said and done in this case, so you can get a clear-cut understanding as to what is being conveyed. You got to get a clear-cut understanding. Peoples, this is why I don't really give too much weight to the posts that they made and the fake and the makeshift beef that they had and stuff, because it's just like the man said that was that was at the establishment at the party, one of the higher up gang members, and I forget his name, but he said anyone who talks is the police. So do you actually think that these kids is going to talk? Well, Shemaya came back and opened up her mouth, and look what Shemaya, look what happened to Shemaya. Shemaya got shot in the head, and her brother ended up getting killed. He said, anyone who talks is the police. But Shemaya, according to T. Slay and Custom Designs, Shemaya went back and told her mother what happened. And then look what happened to Shemaya. Shemaya got shot in the head, and her brother got killed. Well, Peasy and Killer was sitting up there talking and stuff, but look what happened to one of them. They ended up getting shot and getting paralyzed because they got on Zach TV blabbing out at the mouth. And then look at the other gang members and stuff that end up getting killed. So anybody who talks is the police. So they talking, and look what happened to them. Look what happened to them, people. Yeah. Look what happened to them, people. You know? And then look at Bree Bree. Bree Bree was the only one that showed true emotions out of all of the girls. And you got to ask yourself the question, why was Bree Bree the one who sat up there and cried out the hardest and the loudest? Why? Why Bree Bree? Well, this is the title of this live, peoples. Where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Why is she the one who's crying out the loudest? Why? Thank you. Thank you, Carla Henry. Guilty.
Simple word, simple phrase. Guilty. But I'm going to add to that. Guilty as sin. Guilty. I mean, guilty as fuck, peoples. That girl was guilty. But I'm gonna tell you one thing about Bree Bree. When you have a conscience, that conscience kills you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said, when you have a conscience, the conscience kills you. And she ain't living no good life right now. That conscience is killing her. That's why she ain't on no Facebook and YouTube and all like that. Bree Bree had literally disappeared. And her life is a living nightmare. And it's just like what Gina T had said. God was dealing with her and the part she played. Yep, I believe that wholeheartedly with all of my heart and soul. Guilty of sin, and God is reigning. I mean, he is reigning on her little conscience and is wreaking havoc with her. That's why that girl is so distraught in the manner to which she is. She is guilty as sin. People, so let me tell you something. When God talks to you and you got a conscience and you listen, man, woo-wee. Boy. When the Lord starts to pronounce punishment, oh my God, you can't escape it. You know what you did. And the Lord will remind you of what you did. I ain't got to know. He knows. And because he knows, this is the results of what's happening, peoples. She is guilty. Man, look at that. It is guilt written all over her face. That girl is guilty as sin. She's guilty, people. As sin.
Aimed and held one another as.
All right, right there. They passed that lavender colored casket. And this is Bree Bree. This is Bree Bree right here, peoples. This is Bree Bree at Kenneka Jenkins' funeral. And she was the one who cried the loudest. And so my question is, Bree Bree, what did you know and when did you know it? Because see, Bree Bree, you wasn't around, ma'am. You came to Irene's live and you sipped a cup. You walked into that establishment with the supposed Kenneka, which I don't believe that was Kenneka, but you know, anyway, let the people tell it. But at any rate, peoples, and at any rate, Bree Bree, you was in the room in Irene's live. And people's, okay, I promise I'm going to let this video play, but I got to bring out one important factor here. Look at Bree Bree and look at the person next to her. That's how Kenneka wears her hair. Straight down, flat iron straight, parted directly in the center. That's how Kenneka wore her hair. Do you see that, peoples? Now, I never seen Kenneka in a bandana. You know, I know Lenore wears a bandana, but I never seen Kenneka wear a bandana. And I don't know where they get this purple from and stuff, because I ain't never seen Kanika in purple either. So where does purple come from? But the purple, in my sense, it means sacrifice. So you show me any pictures of Kanika being in purple. But that's how Kanika wore her hair. But Kanika is, I mean, not, boy, look at me, Jesus. Not Kanika, boy, I can't even. Bree Bree. Bree Bree wore her hair, and the girl wore her hair just like Kanika. Just like Kanika. Guilty as sin. And so any other time you didn't fall out, when they had said that your friend had been found in a freezer. But you come to the funeral and now, you know, you want to act an ass. But see, that's what happens, people, when I'm sure Bree Bree got a relationship with Christ. I'm sure she does. And she's getting her tail whooped. That conscience is getting beat and battered. She always been different. She's got to know somebody, because I don't think that the devil would be allowing people to be hooping and hollering, being all like how she is and stuff. So she has to know Christ in some way, shape, form, or another. The devil ain't gonna have you act like that. You guilty of sin, man. I mean, guilty as sin. And so all I can say is just thank you, Jesus. Whoop her tail and let it and remind her for all eternity. Because see, the thing is, people, so if you ever been involved in taking someone's life, I don't feel that you should be able to live a good, wholesome life. You should be tormented just as you tormented the person whose life was taken. And whatever capacity that you operated in, I don't feel that you should be able to live a good, wholesome life. I feel that you should be remembered. You should remember the various things of what happened to that person, and your life should be tormented for all eternity. Because you're wrong for what you did. You were in a room with Irene's live. And so people's, let me go back to Irene's live. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. Let's go back to Irene's live, because I got to take a look at something here, peoples. Okay, so let's go back to Irene's live. Let's go here and let's go to Kanika Jenkins, Irene's live. Irene Roberts live. All right. So I don't want to hear you complaining and all of that stuff, Irene. I want to hear you complaining. I just want to just go back to your live. All right. We're going to take a look at that. And see people's, you know, even with leaving a witness video, they shown the kids walk into the lobby, but they didn't show the kids, Bree Bree, the supposed Kanika, Shemaya, and Monifa walk into the main lobby. Why is that, peoples? I said, why is that people's? All right, so let's see. Wow. Okay. And see, people's, this is another way that you can show people's videos without actually showing the people's videos. You understand what I'm saying, right? So, you ain't gotta play the sound or anything, but you can simply just go to the thing and show the videos of people without actually playing it. You guys didn't know that, did you? So if you need to play somebody's video and you already know that if you play the video, you're going to get striked, then this is how you can play the videos without getting stricken. Because you're not actually on their channel. And so this is supposed to be Irene on her way to the Crown Plaza. As you can see in the video. So Irene wasn't driving, but she had on her little outfit. As you can see. And so, it's amazing, people's, how a lot of this video footage surface in things and stuff, but all you have to do is just keep watching, and you'll be able to get it. And so this bitch can't strike me because simple fact that I'm playing the video, but I'm not actually on her channel. And so we can see the video footage right there. And we can see Irene in the car. As you can see, peoples. And it says, Kanika Jenkins, Irene Roberts live on the way to the hotel. You know? So this is ways that you can get around things, peoples. Just in case if you didn't know. Okay, so let's see here, peoples. What is this?
And then our part was, you want to hit everybody with rapidly. Somebody, the girl got on the camera and was like this. She said, all my face. Check it out. Somebody gotta play this music. It ain't funny without the music.
Oh, so they're just playing like she was Irene.
Where check. You do cute, bro. Thank you, bro. Her part was so big. We need to play. Like, check it out, man.
All right, so let me see. I'm trying to get to a certain point, people. So I want to see Irene slide. Nicola on the Contrary TV.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl, and I'm back with another video.
Okay. Not what I really wanted. All right, so let's see here. Happy birthday, Irene. For Irene used up. Guess who? Irene Roberts and Teresa Martin. Team Martin. Let's see here. Let's see what's kind of going on here, people. Man, I got to cook me something because I'm hungry. All right, so let's see. Brianna Cotton and Irene fight in Facebook. Let's see what's this about. Okay, I don't know what all that is about. Brianna Cotton and Irene Roberts fight in Facebook beef. Okay.
Never gonna change, never gonna change.
So this must have been after the funeral, because that's what she wore to the funeral. All right, so let's see. Irene's live. Okay, so there is that. Here is that video of the picture that I've shown you. All right, so I'm not going to play the sound because it sounds so eerie, but let's look at this, peoples. Here's the video of the picture that I've shown you earlier. Now, remember when I told you that that video was not in Irene's live, it was TY's live. And here's the video right here, peoples. Now, they're saying that that's Kanika. Well, okay, so let's look at this, peoples. Because now we got both the video and the pictures of what I showed you earlier. Here's that person in the bandana. And then here's that person that they're saying is Kanika. Right there, sitting down. So let me copy this video, peoples, because I want to do this in very, very slow motion. But I've already told you earlier in this live that that wasn't in Irene's live. I told you that. Didn't I tell you that, peoples? Now look at God. God, thank you, Jesus, because see, this is why I serve the Lord. I tell you, Lord always allows me to validate the various things that I be saying and I be showing peoples. And now I have the actual video of that, of what I had shown earlier, the picture that I copied. Now, you guys go back and watch this live and you look at the picture that I've shown you, and I've told you where the hair just only goes down to the jacket. Well, I mean, you got to make it make sense, peoples. So if that's Kanika, well, then who was the girl walking the halls of that establishment? And if Kanika is in TY's live, which they say that that's Kanika, well, then help me to make this make sense. How did Kanika get out of Irene's live? You know, because she couldn't have walked. If this Kanika, well, then that means Monifa and Shemaiah had lied and said that they left Kanika in the hallway. You see how I always go by and justify the various things that I say, peoples? You know, you guys just be thinking that I am just be talking out the side of my neck, but I've always proved my stance, peoples. See, I've always proved my stance. Now, here's the little clip that the video that I've shown you, peoples. So, yeah, is this in Kanika's clips? Kanika Jenkins clips? Yeah, it is. There it is right there. All right, let me put this in my editing software right here. So let's take a look at this. See, I told you from the beginning, in the beginning of this live, that of what they were showing was not in Irene's live. It was TY's live. I told you that because I've shown you that the mirror didn't match that was in Irene's live. And here we have the clip of the video. Bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. That lets you know Edward Joseph knows what the hell he's talking about. And now I have the video to prove it. I said, I have the video to prove it, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. Now, let's go back and let's look at this. Now, I want to play this in very slow motion. And let me slow it down. And I'm just going to clip this thing. Put it in half speed. Okay, let me slow this down. Let me block out the music. See? Thank you, Jesus. Always can prove my stance, peoples. Told you that without actually seeing the video, that wasn't in Irene's live. Now I have the video to back up what I had said, peoples. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. All right, this is maybe way too slow. So here, let me go ahead and fast forward this a little bit. Oh, it's not playing. Okay, here. So let me just edit all of this out right here. And then just get right to it. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Boy, looky here. That Edward Joseph, man. That brother is on hit. You can't tell me what I don't know, peoples. Look at God. God always allow me to go ahead and reference the things that I'm saying and to bring validity to that of what I've been saying, peoples. I don't know why that all the time is showing up. It's showing up on every last thing. So what is that little piece right there? So I need to delete that. How do I delete that? There we go. Now, it shouldn't show up no more. We close the gap. Okay, good. Yeah, that's all it was. All right, so they repeated it twice. So let's look at this, peoples. Okay, so here, let's spin it around because it's sideways. So here, let's do it like this. And we're going to do it. We're going to spin it around. So let's go to our editor and let's rotate it around. See, rotate it. Nope, not that way. Let's do it this way. Take the video around like that. And now we got more of the edited clips that we didn't have. And so blessed be to God that the Lord is allowing us to see the edited clips that they didn't want us to see. Okay, 90 degrees. Yep. All right. So now let's look at it. And I just want to take it frame by frame. Now they're saying that that is Kanika. And then there's the person in the bandana. And then there's TY right there. And that's the girl who and then that's supposed to be Kanika right there sitting down. So let's go ahead and let's bring that back some. And then boom, like I showed you in the picture, see the hair is just cut right at the jacket seam right there. Clear as daylight. Now, let's go ahead and watch that clip in right here. See, they're saying that's Kanika. And there's the person in the bandana right there. And see, this is in TY's live, as you can see. There's TY right there, standing up. There's the guy in the black hoodie. There's supposed to be Irene. And then the supposed Kanika is supposed to be sitting right next to her, right there. And then there's Monifa right there. Y'all see that, right? And I told you, there's the picture right there. See, this is the video of that. And then look, that hair just only comes just a little past her jacket. And the person that walked into the halls of that establishment, the hair came all the way down to the butt. So if this was the same person that you guys proclaimed as Kanika, well, this hair should have been past her waistline and it should have went down to her butt, but it didn't. Didn't matter whether she was sitting down or standing up. The hair should have went past her waistline and went past down there by her butt, as I've shown you in the other video. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So this literally, again, proves, peoples. This literally, again, proves that that wasn't Kanika. Again, there's another layer to what Edward Joseph was saying. Now, let me go ahead and prove my stance earlier, peoples, because I'm going to go back and I'm going to show you the pictures that I've shown you earlier. Here's the pictures right here that I'd taken earlier, peoples. Here's the pictures that I've taken earlier, right here. Bingo, there it is right there. And then there's the guy right there in the white, with the white bandana. And here is the video right there of what I just showed you, peoples. And I talked about this earlier. And I told you this was not in Irene's live. And I told you there was a video. Now I'm showing you the video. I just happened to stumble upon it. But thank you, Jesus. You know, I knew it was a video because it shows a video down there. And now I'm showing you the video to the picture right here, peoples. There it is right there. And it's in your face. There it is right there, peoples. It's in your face. I talked about this earlier, and I told you it was not in Irene's live. Look, there it is. Bingo. There's the guy right there. There's two wives. They're on the bed, and then there's that girl right there who's on the bed. Right behind Irene. Now, that's supposed to be Kanika. There's Monifa. So if Kanika is sitting in TY's live, peoples, would then help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense. She couldn't have walked the halls of that establishment because, again, if she was in TY's live, well, how did she get out of Irene's live and be taken to a elevator to where she was supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment? How, peoples? See, you know, see, this is what I'm saying, peoples. This is what true investigation is about. You just don't sit and take people's word for it. You got to do your investigation. And that's what I've been doing. And in all of this, peoples, I have literally shown you unequivocally and undeniably without even actually looking at the video footage. And I told you that wasn't her in Irene's live. Now I was able to find a little video clip that go and proves what I have been saying, peoples. Unequivocal and undeniable. Look at God. Look at God, peoples. So you can't tell Edward Joseph that he doesn't know what he's talking about, because I do. You don't know what you're talking about. I've always proved my stance, and I proved it without even actually seeing the video. All I had to do was just look at the picture and tell you, hey, they was not in Irene's live. And I said that earlier in this video. And now I found the video that matches that picture that I just shown you right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. And I told you it wasn't in Irene's live. I told you that. And that was the bingo to the bingo without even actually watching the video. I knew it wasn't Irene's live because I watched the video many times over, peoples. 100 times over. And I said, nah, that's not Irene's live. I said, that's TY's live. And I told you that wasn't Kanika. And I've shown you the video. Bingo to the bingo people. So don't ever tell Edward Joseph that he don't know what he's talking about, because this is my line of expertise, peoples. And now we're seeing video footage that was brought out from the beginning. And brought out from the beginning. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. You know, because all of this stuff proves what I have been telling you from the beginning. It wasn't Kanika. It wasn't Kanika. Because you can't tell me that the young lady walking into the establishment, hair is all the way down to her butt, but the girl in TY's live, the hair only goes to the edge of her jacket. Help me to make that make sense. Two different tracks. Kanika was never in TY's live. She was never in TY's live. And now I got even more proof, and I've shown you the proof to prove to you Kanika Jenkins was never in TY's live. Peoples. Not Jenkins. Martin was. And Martin was the one who Tanasia had brought that cup. Because Martin was the one who was wearing Kanika's Jenkins ring. Because Martin was the one who played Kanika in in TY's live. I told you that many years ago. That was Martin and not Jenkins, peoples. Let me see. My peoples that came in. Mr. Durham had said, Edward, the person holding Bree Bree looks like the person who played Little Irene in one of her lives. Did you notice that? Nope, I didn't. But thank you for pointing that out. I gotta take a look at that again. Mr. Durham said, Edward, the person holding Bree Bree looks like the person who played Little Irene in one of her lives. Did you notice that? Nope, I did not notice that. I did not notice that, but I'm going to go back and play that again, peoples. I'm going to go back and play that again and take a second look at that. See, I'm glad that you guys are here because, see, you guys are pointing out things that I didn't even see, you know, but that's good because you guys got eagle eyes. Ms. Durham has eagle eyes, and Ms. Durham is pointing out something I never even seen. But I'm gonna take a second look, and I know you guys haven't seen it because you guys haven't even said anything. So don't sit here and try to clout and say that you pointed it out. No, Ms. Durham pointed that out to everybody on national TV, peoples, because you didn't even know yourself. So now, anybody who tries to claim this, I'm going to be on you like white on rice because you're lying. Because you wasn't the one who pointed this out. Ms. Durham did. And blessings to you, Ms. Durham. Those are eagle eyes. It ain't nothing but God just working through you to show you exactly what is happening in this video footage. Hello, Little Bo Peep. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Little Bo Peep says blessings. And yes, Bree Bree should have been the most looked at because she was making the most moves around the hotel, especially around the bathroom meetups, allegedly. No, you ain't got to say allegedly. You speak your mind here. But I love it because Little Bo Peep came in and blessing the channel as well. I love it when you guys come in and you bless the channel. It really does something to me, people, when you guys tell the people blessings. And thank you, Little Bo Peep, for blessing the channel and blessing the people here. Little Bo Peep says, Little Brianna, laughing loud, Brianna wasn't prepared as she thought when Irene pulled up. So I don't know what was to be between Brianna and Irene. But see, the people said that Brianna Cotton was the one who played Kanika. I don't see the resemblance, people. Help me to make that make sense, because I do not see the resemblance in the two. And so, you know, that's what happens, people. You talk so much shit, you get your beat. You know what I'm saying? You get your A beat if you keep on talking shit. And so I didn't know Irene was a fighter like that, but man, she came swinging. I got to look at that again. See what's happening here, peoples. Little Bo Peep says, anyways, enjoy the rest of the live. Just wanted to pop in very quickly and give blessings. Well, I greatly appreciate you. Ms. Durham has said, T.Y., Irene, T.M., Lenore, and all the rest of them had all pre-planned, had all this pre-planned to get hair, outfits, etc., and didn't know that they had an Edward and others to investigate. TM was looking at that money. Yep. They didn't know that we was on the scene. They didn't know, Ms. Durham, they didn't know that Edward Joseph was always going to prove his stance. See, you know, they talk so much BS and shit and stuff, and all the time trying to proclaim Kanika here, Kanika there and stuff. But see, I have a unique ability to just look at the photos and tell you, hey, this is where they were, this is what's happening in things. And then, blessed be to God, I end up finding the video to corroborate the various things that I was saying. Because I took a clip of those. I just took a clip of those from a documentary that I saw earlier, and I talked about it. And I said, well, this particular scene was not in Irene's live. I said this was T.Y.'s live, and I outlined and I've shown you why I came to that conclusion. And now I end up finding the video that literally seals the deal of what I had said even before I ever saw this video. Now look at God. I was able to substantiate with video footage that of what I had stated earlier. Now, tell me that Edward Joseph don't know what he's talking about when all of these people who proclaim that they know all about this Kanika Jenkins case, and these people can't even give you good, wholesome information. There it is right there, people. It's in your face. All you got to do is just watch the live. Watch the live earlier. I told you. And I backed it up. Now what you got to say? You got nothing to say. You got nothing to say. Ms. Derham said, TM, gangs, hotels, all in cahoots with each other. Yep. And if you didn't understand that by now, people said this was a major setup. And remember what TM had said in the beginning, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. Well, people, you know, whether you believe it or not, or whether you wanted to believe the people who said Kanika never made it to the establishment, Kanika was there. I said Kanika was there at the establishment. She was not at no party on the west side of Chicago. You've seen too many pictures of Kanika at the establishment. But then you also seen the people who played Kanika at the establishment. Just as I stated that there were several girls who played Kanika. And it's unequivocal and undeniable, peoples, that you can clearly see it in all of the different video clips that I've shown you and the pictures that I've shown you. And all of them are not Kanika. I said all of them are not Kanika peoples. Now, let's go and let's explore a little further to see what we can find, peoples. Okay, so we got that video. Blessed be to God. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Lord. Okay. And so now we're seeing all of these other little clips of videos that we didn't see back in the day that we are seeing now. And let's take a look at this here, peoples, because, you know, this is videos and stuff that they said that they made. Irene makes video after Kenneka Jenkins' death. Let's see what she had to say. All right, I have to turn off all of that noise. But she ain't saying nothing. She's just looking and just driving. And so, peoples, we can take this video and we can go ahead and we can compare that to the video in Irene's live and stuff. You know, we can take this video and look at the video in Irene's live and things. So it's a good thing that people still have their videos up, and you know, people still have original video content. Okay, so let's take a look at this here, people. Let's see what other stuff that is going on. Kenneka with Irene. This is a short 7-second short. Okay, I miss you so bad. My head is messed up. Let's see what she has to say here. All right, we're going to take a look at that, but one thing I want to see, Irene Roberts telling everything, Irene Roberts, Facebook Live Part 2 after Kenneka's funeral. Why do they keep shaking the camera and stuff every time? I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna take a look at something, but this is what I wanted to find right here. That right there. Okay, so let me mark his. That's Ectic Radio. All right. And then this is the other one that I want to find too. Could Irene Roberts be dating? Ooh, you got busted, girl. Did you get busted, Irene? Is that who we think it is, peoples? They look like they're more than friends. It's Irene, and you know that's Irene Roberts because there's the same type of outfit that we just seen in the video that was playing in the background. So you know that's Irene, and then look at how he's holding her and kissing her and stuff. Is that who we think it is, peoples? So now we got a little bit more juicies and why Irene would want Kenneka out of the picture. Well, was Rico effing on all of the girls, peoples? Was he? Because the pictures is worth 1,000 words, peoples, and pictures don't lie. And there it is right there. Is that who we think it is, peoples? Is that Mr. Rico man? So if it is, now we have a good enough motive why Irene would want Miss Kenneka out of the picture. Let me get a screenshot of that, peoples. Irene and Rico. Rico and Irene. So now we are beginning to see the big picture here, peoples. Rico was a player. Yeah, see, keep doing your investigation, people. You'll start stumbling upon some stuff. And that is the same outfit with the same little pink lines that we've seen in the background in this video right here. There it is right there, peoples. See, there's the outfit that Irene had right there. Same outfit. See? Bingo to the bingo peoples. Boy, don't tell me Edward Joseph don't know what he's talking about. I'm catching them now. Every last one of them. I caught you. I caught you. All right, let's reenactment of Irene Robert Facebook Live. What? This video shows a reenactment of Irene's live Facebook Live from the hotel on September 9th. It was actually posted when? It was actually posted when? It was actually posted on Facebook on September 16th, 2017. Thoughts? Thanks for watching. This is Hell of a Chick has said, this video shows a reenactment of Irene Roberts' Facebook Live from the hotel on September the 9th. It was actually posted on Facebook on September the 16th, 2017. So that means it was after, but really? Okay, let's take a look at this, people. This shit is getting interesting by the day. All right, so we're gonna go through all of the Hell of a Chick and stuff. Let's get right into it.
(21st, 2020). Wanted to do a video regarding the Kenneka Jenkins case. This wasn't exactly the video I had intended to work on tonight, but as I was looking for something, I came across this video, and it's got 2.7 thousand views, 66 comments, and 11 shares, 30 emojis, I believe. No, maybe they didn't. I initially thought they tagged Irene in it, but they did not. So let me take that lie back, because that didn't happen. But regardless, it just bothers me to no end. Like, I couldn't even explain it into words when I see something like this, because it's literally so damn disrespectful. It's disrespectful to Kenneka. It's disrespectful to her family. Hell, it's disrespectful to the party goers. I mean, it just is. This video is a reenactment of Irene's live, okay? Complete with glasses. They got a fake Irene, a fake Bree Bree, and a fake Monifa. They even use a deep voice to sound like one of the guys in the video. So I just really want to know what you guys think about that. Were you offended? If you've seen this before, were you offended by it like I was? Did you think it was funny? Like, I'm just curious. Am I the only person that's offended by this? I'm going to go ahead and push play so that you can hear it, and then we'll go from there.
So it's back home, like, you funny as fuck, Bree. But on God, when we out and be like, post a delete that. Yeah. 21. Big less cricket his head. Why? Sometimes they don't show all your girls. Why? So I could be on this one right now. Oh. Just show that ball. That hoe was skinny the fuck right there. That hoe was long right here, short right there. Fuck, man, what you doing? You funny as fuck, Bree Bree. Happy birthday, you look pretty. Thank you. Hello. Park in the parking lot. Room 956. Park in the parking lot. Downstairs in the parking lot. Damn, this week has connection. What the fuck? Let me see who you're talking to. It don't matter. Have the weed, Irene. We just got the weed. Yeah, I paid for the test. Take the weed. And what y'all finna do? You gonna work with me. You got somebody for me? Check it out. You better check it out.
Oh shit. Oh yeah. Really?
Bitch, check it out. Go, bitch, check it out. Hello, bitch, check it out. Hey, got a ring back that motherfucker on this. I'm checking in, checking out.
It goes on, but I'm not going to play it. It's just them basically doing it all over again. So I was just curious if you guys were as offended as I was. I don't see the humor in it at all. And I can find humor in a lot of stuff that people can't. But when you have a 19-year-old found dead in a freezer, I just don't see the humor in anything to do with that. Nothing at all. Nothing surrounding it is funny to me. I mean, this woman lost her daughter. It blows my mind. Literally.
All right, peoples. Well, the shit was funny to me. So, it had nothing to do with Kanika, but the shit was funny to me. So I don't know how you may take it, but if you took it like she took it, oh well, it was funny to me. How they were acting out with Monifa, Bree Bree, and Irene. And the amazing thing to me, people, is this: the girl who played Monifa, damn, she's got some big breasts. She's a biggin. She's a big girl. But it was funny to me, you know, and it was all in humor and stuff. I mean, everybody get it, you know. You got to have a little laughter and stuff and everything. No, you don't find it funny, that's fine. I did. So you got to have a little bit of humor and things. But if you don't, you know, that's fine too, you know. I don't care, but I found humor in it and stuff. So that's what it is. So I find humor in it. You may not find humor in it, but I did. So that's what it is. But nobody asked you anyway, so who cares? Hello, Vicky Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Vicky Davis says, hey, Edward in chat. And so the family is in the house, peoples. The family is in the house. You know, like I say, I know it's nothing funny about the death of Kanika, but it is things funny about the way that some of these characters had acted out in the Kanika Jenkins case. So that's what I find humorous. Now, I don't see anything funny about a girl who had lost her life. But what I do find funny is that these characters who they're playing out are acting out and stuff. I find that humorous and things because of what they had did and all. But let's get back to it, people. You know, now if you don't find it funny or humorous and you want to cop up an attitude and stuff like that, well then, hey, you know, you already know what you can do. Because it's not all seriousness here. It's humor and fun and games and things and stuff. So yeah, that's what it is, peoples. All right, so let's take a look at a few other videos and stuff, peoples, and all. Let's see what these people had to say and things. Irene goes live, new footage of Kanika Jenkins. What Irene had to say and stuff. I don't see nothing. Irene, yeah. Irene, Justice for Kanika Part 2. So, It was amazing to me, people. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we caught you, brother, slipping and dipping and tipping, you know. All right, I want to see what these people have to say here. So let me.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, okay, we already saw that. All right. Okay. All right, so let's see. They said that this is new unseen video footage. Let's take a look at it.
Hey, hear me, Devo? I'm nowhere around you. Hey, hear me, Devo? We're around you.
Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
Hey, hear me, Devo? I'm nowhere around you.
Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
Hey, hear me, Devo? I'm nowhere around you.
Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
Hey, hear me, Devo? nowhere around you.
Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit. Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit.
Hey, any devil, I'm nowhere around you.
Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit.
I'm nowhere around you. Where around you.
Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit. Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit. Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit.
Hey, the Jose tough beetle.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, cause that's what y'all gonna
do. Shit.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, cause that's what y'all gonna have to do.
Shit.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, cause that's what y'all gonna have to do.
Shit.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, cause that's what y'all gonna have to do. I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, cause that's what y'all got for me. The money you don't press me.
You live, so you better stop playing for you do homework, baby. You don't rock. You better stop playing like that.
You busting up on me. The money you don't press me.
You live, so you better stop playing for you do homework, baby. You don't rock. You better stop playing like that.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, cause that's what y'all got.
Hey, any devil, I'm nowhere around you. Hey, any devil, we're around you.
Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit.
Hey, any devil, I'm nowhere around you.
Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit.
Hey, any devil, I'm nowhere around you.
Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't done that shit. Bro, oh my grandma's going up. I mean, I'm not playing, bro.
Apparently, Mariah and Anaya were filming a TikTok video inside the bathroom at the apartment.
We're around you.
Nowhere around you. Nowhere around you. Okay, Kanika Jenkins, receipt book 10, Irene live setup rehearsal. All right, let's take a look at it, peoples. Now, I want you to notice something, peoples. Look at the recess in her teeth right there. That's the real Kanika Jenkins. Look at the glossy lips. And then I want you to notice how Kanika has a different hairstyle, peoples. Notice a different hairstyle. And it's not the same, hairstyle that's fluffed all the way down. And then notice how Irene's hair is in the background, peoples. How she has the part and then a big little swoop on that's tapering down. And it says, these are some of the closest people to Kanika at the party. Her life was in their hands. Okay, so we know that Kanika partied. We know Kanika went to a party and many times before and stuff, but nobody has ever said that this was the party on the west side of Chicago. Couldn't have been because, look at the attire that she's wearing. And she's all in pink. So let's take a look at this, peoples. Let's go.
Baby, you know you can be my costume. Because I like you. Only reason I text you and why I stop you. I just wanna fuck on you, I don't wanna wife you. But you gotta press your teeth and do what I say to do. Yeah, you hear me.
You clearly seen the recess in Kanika's teeth when, let me back it up just a little bit. About right there, maybe. Back it up a little bit more. But you can clearly see the recess in her teeth while she's talking, or while she's singing. I'm gonna download this video too. But see, the thing is, peoples. Okay, you can kind of see it right there. I've already made my point. But see, the thing is, peoples, is simply this. Kanika had on a different attire, and Kanika was literally sitting there with her friend because Irene Roberts was her friend. When people say Irene Roberts wasn't her friend, well, yeah, Irene Roberts was her friend. You know, Irene Roberts was her friend, and so, you know, and she loved Kanika, and I do believe Kanika loved her too as well. You know, they were good friends. But you know, we've always said friends. How many of us have them? Well, I'll let you ask that question. Let's see. Let's go. And you can clearly see the recess in her teeth. But I'm gonna download this. I was saying, why I don't want to mail you. I don't want to smell you. Someone cut you off, then I met you. I'm fucking name on my statue. If I smoke you, I'm gonna get you. I ain't even planned it. That's why I said I ain't got no time for you. Shit going up. Yo. And there you see Bree Bree right there. And there you see Monifa that they just showed. So then the question is, peoples, where was Shemaya? Because you all the time see Kanika with either Irene or Monifa. So where's Shemaya? Shemaya must have came to know Kanika later on at some point, you know. And I'm not saying that Kanika wasn't Shemaya's friend, but you see Kanika a lot with Irene and Monifa. Then Shemaya, you know. And I really do think that Monifa and Kanika was a lot more closer than the others. I think they were a lot closer to Kanika. And that's just my opinion. But let's take a look at this. So there's not a lot of guys there. It's just Kanika, Monifa, and Bree Bree. But you don't see Shamaya. And so when you watch videos like this, people, you can't help but to think, you know, these girls had a bond with Kanika. And not to say that things couldn't change, but I know that if these people ever had a conscience, is that they had to feel something about Kanika. And see, these was just ghetto girls who just enjoyed life, people. And there's Kanika with her glossy little lips and things, and you know. There's Irene. And I want you guys to notice
April 17th, 20.
I want you guys to notice something. You heard that siren, right? You heard the siren go off. Now, what was that siren? What was that siren in a music video? Peoples? Was the siren in the music video? It was something, because that same siren sounded off in Irene's life, if you remember. So help me to make that make sense. Was that siren in the video? It very well could have been, because that sounds like the same siren that was in Irene's life. But then again, the only difference between that sirens in Irene's life and this siren right here was, you know, that siren said doop, 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 doop at the end, but this siren never did that. But it sounded like almost the same siren. So I'm just pointing out some things that, you know, I've noticed and stuff, people. So, you know, I'm just pointing out some things, you know. Hello, Deborah G. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Deborah G says, hello, Mr. Edward Joseph. Long time. Just been lifting And hello, chat. Well, it's a blessing to see you back. I see all of the people are back. The house is back and the house is filled and things. And it's good to see you. And it is good to see each and every one of you. And so peoples, you know, again, I'm just pointing out some things, peoples. I'm just pointing out some things and stuff as to the things that I see and whatnot. But I know it's not the same siren because the other siren was like, doop, 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 doop. But it didn't do that in this particular instance. But as we can see, peoples, they were good friends. Irene Monifa was good friends with Kanika. And I'm sure Shamaya was too, because Shamaya was all the time seen at her house and stuff. So, you know, they were all good friends. But in my opinion, this is just my opinion now, not to call it law or anything, but in my opinion, I believe that Monifa and Irene was closest to Kanika more so than Shamaya and Bree Bree. That's just my opinion. But you know, I'm always going to state my opinion, and that's what I feel, and that's what I believe. And so you know, you don't have to believe it, peoples, but that's what I believe. And so, as I stated before, peoples earlier, that when the girls had first walked in, when supposed Kanika and Shamaya and Bree Bree had first walked in, well, then you see the people in the front lobby right there. You see that right there, right? So when the supposed Kanika, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree Bree first walked in, why didn't they show this video footage right here of them in the main lobby? They never showed that. I said they never show that, peoples. And the question is, why didn't they show that, peoples? Why? Why didn't they show that, peoples? You know, that's the question that I have. They never showed that video footage of them walking into the main lobby or even walking back there towards the elevator. We never seen that video footage, peoples. And so my question is, why didn't they show it, peoples? That's the question. Why didn't they show it? Well, I mean, you can't get around that, people. So I don't care what you say or how much you say or whatever, but you know, you can't get around that, peoples. You can't get around that, peoples. Now I heard that this guy is no longer here, Planet of the Fakes. I don't know where he went, but you know, they said that he died. Heart goes out to his family and things and stuff. But look at some of this stuff, peoples. I'm really taken away with some things that I see. But like I say, it was a blessing to be able to see some things that I pulled out from these pictures and videos, and it was refreshing to see that, to see, you know, something a little different. And it was a blessing to be able to find the video that of the pictures that I was showing. You know, that was a good thing. And see, you know, I'm not so much wound up, tied up, and tangled up in this so-called beef type of shit that, you know, Irene and Monifa and all of them was saying and stuff, because that was makeshift beef, people. That shit ain't really had nothing to do with nothing and stuff, you know. I ain't had nothing to do with nothing. But this right here strikes the hell out of me. What the hell was Rico doing, kissing and all hugged up on her like that? You know? And this is the person right here, Bree Bree. Bree Bree. Out of all of the videos that I'm scrolling through, people's, you don't see a video of Bree Bree. And I'm scrolling through a lot of videos, peoples. I'm scrolling through a lot of videos. And I'll tell you one thing. You ain't going to find nothing of Bree Bree talking or Bree Bree doing anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know? You don't see it. Okay, let's take a look at this, peoples.
Footage, but
yeah, Bree Bree, you are on my radar, man, because no matter how high and low I look, I cannot find nothing about you. Absolutely nothing. It's like Bree Bree is a mystery. It's like she's a ghost. But she's the one who cried the hardest and cried the loudest, peoples. Bree Bree. Bree Bree. And this is why I entitled the live of what I did. That's why I entitled the live. Where in the F was Bree Bree? Because see, peoples, throughout everything that I have shown you today, I still cannot find much of anything other than a few clips of Bree Bree. A few clips of Bree Bree. I can't find that no Bree Bree. And Bree Bree was the one who went on the MTV video thing and told us that Kanika did not walk herself into that freezer. Now, for Bree Bree to say that, Bree Bree, I believe Bree Bree for her to say that, because she has more clout than any of us can ever say, because she was there. So if Bree Bree say that Kanika never walked into that freezer on a Cognance, then I believe her. You may think that she walked in there, but I don't believe that, because Bree Bree said she didn't, and I believe she didn't. But Bree Bree cried the loudest. As Zerham said, look at the girl holding her. It looks like Irene. Yeah, she kind of favor Irene. She does. She kind of favor Irene. I don't think that's Irene, but she does kind of favor her. But see, the thing is, peoples, I literally want to ask Bree Bree a question. Where in the F were you? Where were you? Where were you? Because see, my question is, why would Bree Bree have Kanika's keys? Why? And they said that Bree Bree had told TM everything. And so my question is, what was it that Bree Bree know, and when did she know it? Because see, Bree Bree was the silent one out of all of this, but Bree Bree was the one who had told TM what happened. So if Bree Bree told TM what happened, well then you got to help me to make this make sense. What in the hell did Bree Bree know? Ms. Durham, I cannot even answer that question. I have nothing on Bree Bree. Absolutely nothing. I don't have anything on Bree Bree. And I have been searching up and down Truth and Nail, and I can't find nothing on Bree Bree. She has been a silent person in this whole Kenneka Jenkins case. But because of my conversations with some other content creators, she was on my radar today. And that's why I entitled Where in the F was Bree Bree? She was the one that cried the loudest. Look at her. She's distraught, peoples. I mean, Monifa, Irene, Shamaya didn't act in a way to where she did. And then where was Shamaya? Where was Shamaya at the funeral? Because I don't see any posting of Shamaya ever saying anything after the funeral or at the funeral or being at the funeral. Was Shamaya at the funeral, peoples? And if she was, where is any video of Shamaya? Bree Bree and Shamaya. Bree Bree and Shamaya. I don't see no video, no pictures of Bree Bree and Shamaya other than this video of Bree Bree. But I don't see no other videos of Bree Bree and Shamaya. It's always either Monifa, Irene, or Monifa and Irene. But I don't see much of Bree Bree nor Shamaya. Deborah G, I don't see it. I don't see no video or pictures of Monifa, of Bree Bree or Shamaya. So where was Bree Bree and Shamaya? Now we know that Bree Bree attended the funeral. Did Shamaya attend the funeral? And if she did, where was she? Where's any video? Where's any pictures? I haven't seen anything, peoples. In all of the videos that I played, I haven't even seen Shamaya in none of the videos with Kenneka and Monifa and Irene. Where is Bree Bree and Shamaya? People, you seen me. You see me search up and down throughout this whole live, and I haven't seen Bree Bree or Shamaya. Where Bree Bree cried the loudest. So Bree Bree, where in the F were you? Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this video, peoples, because you know this is bothering me. This is bothering me. I don't know about you. It is bothering me. It is on my spirit because, man, I can't shake it. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Now, I brought out a lot of things in this Kenneka Jenkins case, but now these two are the most elusive people I have ever even become to encounter in this case. Now, you know what's so disturbing to me, people? I'm going to tell you what's so disturbing to me. Now, you may not agree with me, but Shamaya was there at the time to when Kenneka was getting assaulted. You may not agree. That's fine. You ain't got to agree. I never asked you to. But Shamaya, and I'm going to show you this picture, people. So let me go back to this picture. Because Shemaiah was there at the time to when Kanika was getting assaulted with the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, the guy in the black hoodie, and the security. Shemaiah was standing right there, peoples. Shemaiah. Yep, she sure was. And I've already talked about this earlier, peoples. And I downloaded this clip, this picture and stuff from a documentary, and I already talked about it. And lo and behold, that the Lord had allowed me to see the actual video of this. I know it was a video, but I didn't know where it was. But I talked about this picture before I found the video. Look at God. Look at God and how the Lord worked. The Lord worked that out in my favor to let me see the video so I can show you, to give you some validity. Edward Joseph know what he's talking about. Because I told you it wasn't in Irene's live. I told you it was in TY's live. And I explained and expressed that to you. But I want to go here, people. So let me see if I can find this picture. See if I can find this picture. Because Shemaiah is guilty as F. And Shemaiah was there at the time to when Kanika was being assaulted. Because if she wasn't, help me to make it make sense. Oh my God. I got to close some stuff down because my computer is running slow. I got too much stuff going on. So let me start closing down some of this stuff. Don't save it. Close it up. Because I have my external hard drive and things that I was saving my videos to and stuff until I have to take some of this video footage off my computer. So I got 97.3 gigabytes of video footage on my computer that I need to take off, and I'm gonna put it on my external hard drive, but things is running so slow. But I'm gonna have to shut down some of these files, things, so my computer will run faster. Because I'm already at my limit. I know I'm already at my limit. And that's why things is not refreshing so fast. But that's why I bought the external hard drive. So if it's not going to let me do it, then I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to spend too much time up on it. See, it's refreshing slow. So I'll just have to find it later at another time. But yeah, this is refreshing slow. Try to clear out some of these videos. Let me see if I refresh the screen, see if that works. Nope, it's not. So I just have to prove that point a little later, peoples, when I clear some of this stuff off my computer, because my computer is not running fast. But anyway, Shemaiah was there at the time to when Kanika was getting assaulted. She was there. And this is one of the reasons why, peoples, that you don't see Shemaiah too much after the death of Kanika. And you don't see Shemaiah too much before the death of Kanika. Although Shemaiah was Kanika's friend, you know, but we see Irene and we see Monifa around more so than Bree Bree and Shemaiah. These are the two most elusive people that has ever been in the Kanika Jenkins case. They're the most two elusive. And so, you know, I haven't really did a live in the background of Shemaiah. And I haven't really did a live in the background of Bree Bree. But now this is Bree Bree's focused. And so I want to know, where was Bree Bree? And why in God's name did Bree Bree have Kanika's keys? Can anybody answer that? I mean, in the beginning, Irene went live. Y'all seen Irene went live. Y'all seen that, right? You seen Irene went live, and Irene went live, and the thing is, people, is that not only did Irene go live, peoples, but Irene went live with music. Not only TY went live, but T went live with music. But see, in Irene's live, the music was supposed to have been buffering, and that you know, they couldn't play the music. Well, if that be the case, well, then how in the hell was they able to play the music in TY's live? If they had Kanika's phone and was going live on Kanika's phone and playing music from Kanika's phone. So was Kanika's phone the only phone that they had to be able to go and play the music? Really, peoples? I mean, did Kanika have the only most expensive phone? Did the other people not have anything on their phone? And I mean, and in for the 5-star hotels such as the Crown Plaza, you mean to tell me they don't have adequate Wi-Fi? Because in Irene's live, the music was buffering. You remember that. But in TY's live, the music was booming, it was jamming. And so whose phone did they use in TY's live? Because they had to have some type of apparatus in order to play the music, because they were crunking in the live. So did they use Kanika's phone to go and play the music? Or what did they do? Was the music buffering? How did TY have music in his live? How? See, those are the questions that I ask the people, but the people cannot answer me. You got a very valid point, Mr. Ham. Mr. Ham said, yep, Edward, Bree Bree had the keys driving TM's car that had a flat on it. TM nor Lenore never got mad about that. So many questions. It's amazing to me, people. Wait a minute. That was supposed to have been a flat upon a car, a donut, a tire on the car, right? And remember, TM had told us all that nobody drives my car other than her and Kanika, because the insurance doesn't cover anybody else. Well, if Bree Bree had driven a car, well, did she drive a car with a donut on it? Or if she didn't drive the car with a donut on it and stuff, well, then help me to make this make sense. Kanika dresses so damn good. What, she couldn't afford a donut on, she couldn't afford a tire for her car, and she dresses so good, peoples. So her car was supposed to have had a donut on the car, and Bree Bree didn't want to drive the car with a donut on it. So was it Kanika's car that had a donut on it? Because if it was TM car that had a donut on it, well then, damn it, they driven down to the Crown Plaza with a donut on the car. And see, people's, contrary to belief, let me tell you something. Let me surprise you. Where Kanika Jenkins lived was only 15 minutes from Rosemont. Let me say that again, people. Let me say that again. Where Kanika Jenkins used to live, because she's no longer here with us now, was only 15 minutes from Christiana Avenue to Rosemont, Crown Plaza. Peoples, 15 minutes away. And people said, oh, yeah, it was a 45-minute drive. No, people, it wasn't no 45-minute drive. I did the map, the Google map thing, and it was only 15 minutes away. Everything was in close proximity to each other. The Crown Plaza, the DoubleTree, the Marriott, and where Kanika and family used to live on Christiana. Only 15 minutes away. That was just a hop, skip, and a jump, peoples. Rosemont was nothing from where Kanika used to live. 15 minutes. Go back and watch the lives that I did, peoples. I did an in-depth analysis of the distance that it took from Christiana to Rosemont Crown Plaza. 15 minutes. So the question is, why would Kanika give up her keys in the first place? Why? They at the establishment, right? Why would Kanika give up her keys and phone? Why did they have to have Kanika's keys and phone? Why? What, Kanika couldn't keep up her keys and stuff? Kanika was drinking so much, and she was drinking to pyramid and all like this and stuff. See, people, when you analyze, when you sit here and you analyze this narrative that they gave, that shit doesn't make no sense. Now, let me explain why this shit doesn't make no sense, because of the simple fact is simply this, people. Ms. Durham has said, Ed, I have been at the Crown Plaza, and there is absolutely no way I believe issues with Wi-Fi. Too many establishments around that hotel. Now, see, people, you have someone who has literally been there at the establishment, and she's telling you herself from her experience, it ain't no way that they could have had Wi-Fi issues, peoples. No way. Even with the cheapest phone, if you got good Wi-Fi and shit, your stuff is going to be blazing, because you're not running on your own power. You're running on somebody else's power. So this is one of the reasons why I don't believe this bullshit of the Wi-Fi buffering. I just don't believe it, peoples. I don't believe it. Now, Ms. Durham has literally corroborated that of what my beliefs is, because I don't believe that bullshit. Now, you on the other hand, you may believe all of this shit that these people are saying. I don't believe it, people. I just don't believe, and I don't take people's for face value. I got to do the research for my own, and if it doesn't sit well with me, I can't endorse it. I don't care how good it sounds, peoples. I got to be able to be satisfied within myself, within my spirit, that what is being told to me is something that I can run with. And if I can't validate it within myself, peoples, well, then I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe what you say. Now, I mean, just for the sake of argument, okay, yeah, I agree with you. Okay. But within my mind, within my spirit, I'm not believing shit until I can process it myself and I can justify or rectify the situation within myself. They ain't got shit to do with you. It has everything to do with me and what my beliefs is. I just don't take things for face value for what people say. I just don't. Because I have to be to the degree to where I'm satisfied. And if I'm not satisfied, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep researching until I figure it out, I find out myself. And in this case, I've heard a lot of people tell me a lot of things, but doesn't necessarily say I believed it. Now, some things I do believe, some things is a given. Some things I do believe. It's not everything I don't believe, some things I do believe, but in this case, in the way that they're showing things and the way that they're saying things and the way that they're doing things, I am more suspicious than not. And I just can't take it for face value what you're telling me. Because see, the thing is, if you're going to tell me something, peoples, then my expectations is you be able to explain it to me in great detail. Now, if you can be able to explain it to me in great detail, well, then there's a good chance that I'll sit and I'll believe what you say. But if you can't explain it to me in great detail and you're just going off the top of your head without giving good thought to what you're conveying, trust me, I ain't believing what you're saying. I'm not. You got to be able to convince me before me to believe, especially when situations is the way that it is right now. I just can't take for face value what people say, because see, when I go through and I analyze all of this stuff myself and process it myself and stuff, I come up with more questions than answers. And so I asked the question, and see, I'm asking the question. You can't even give me an answer. I asked the question. I say, how did the kids, how did Bree Bree get a hold of Kanika's keys? And how did Irene and Monifa and Shamaya and Bree Bree get Kanika's phone? And why are you guys sitting up here believing that Kanika was hooshed up on some temperament? That shit doesn't make no sense to me. It doesn't make no sense to me. And I know it damn well don't make no sense to you. It doesn't. Because see, the thing is, people, let me tell you something. I did extensive research upon temperament. Temperament is just, it has the same effects as Benadryl. It makes the person sleepy. That's what it does. I said it makes the person sleepy. Ain't no way in God's creation, peoples, is no girl is going to be hoosed up on no goddamn temperament and then drinking Hennessy and then walking some halls of that establishment. That shit doesn't make no sense at all, period. And I don't care how you try to justify it, rectify it, analyze it. That shit doesn't make no sense. And for that to be in her system, and if you go with the timeline that they gave you, she come in at 1:13, so she don't settle down until about 1:30 something or whatever. But she really don't get settled down. And so within 1:30 to 2:30, now she takes the pyramid, now she's drinking alcohol, and then all of a sudden, abracadabra, hocus pocus, she's in the goddamn hallway, walking the halls of that establishment, and nobody knows where the fuck she is. How stupid does that sound? Just within an hour of getting there, now she's in the hallways, out of her mind. Even if she was on temperament, peoples, she would not be up and she would not be dancing, crunking, or doing anything like that. That girl would be out. She would be out like a light bulb. Alcohol and temperament don't mix. Go and read the warning label. Read the side effects of what temperament has when you are taking other drugs. That shit, it doesn't make no sense, people. For that to just all of a sudden just, and she knows that if she was taking that stuff, she knows that she couldn't be drinking. And Kanika doesn't strike me as a ignorant, stupid ass girl. She is straight goddamn smart. She wouldn't put herself in a vulnerable position like that. You're stupid if you believe that. And then her friend Bree Bree had said that she doesn't believe peoples that Kanika walked herself in that freezer. Peoples. But yet, Bree Bree was nowhere around. Bree Bree was nowhere around. Bree Bree was nowhere around. So where the fuck were you, Bree Bree? You were in Irene's live. You played like you was drinking a cup, but you was sitting here looking. So where were you? Peoples, answer the question. Where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Where was she? Because see, according to you people, Bree Bree was driving her cousins and everybody, and she was in at the establishment. So she was in at the establishment. How the fuck did you know where she was? How would you know? Did she tell you? Did Bree Bree tell you where she was? Last that I have ever known, people's Bree Bree ain't never said shit to me, you, or anybody else. Bree Bree came on MTV and she only spoke for a couple of minutes. And her last words was, I don't believe Kanika walked herself into that freezer. Period. That's what Bree Bree said. I got to get the full 2 minutes, but I only just got a clip of what Bree Bree had said. That's all. Just a little clip. Got a little clip of what Bree Bree said, and that's what Bree Bree said. And I told you what I was going to do this time around. I was only going to go by what Bree Bree had said. That's what Bree Bree.
One another as they pass the lavender.
That's what Bree Bree had said, people. So let's go and see if we can find let's go and see if we can find let me go ahead and let me see. Let's go and see if we can find that video of Bree Bree telling us right here. There it is right there.
She put herself in the freezer though.
Bree Bree told us that Kanika did not put herself in that freezer. That's what Bree Bree said. I ain't know she put herself in the freezer though. That's what she said. That you see it on your screen right there. You see it right there. She said, I know she ain't put herself in the freezer though. And then look.
One another as they pass the lavender.
My God. Peoples. She cried her heart out. Bree Bree. Bree Bree cried her heart out. Ms. Durham had said, I remember seeing Bree Bree ponytail inches kitchen in Remember, those girls saw her, and it was. Remember, those girls saw her, and it was her shadow, and they got it from the news. It was in the beginning. Okay, so you say Inch's Kitchen's running. Those girls, Medea video from the news, remember? Well, you know, Randall Robinson had said that Bree Bree was in that kitchen. That's what Randall Robinson said. Randall Robinson said that Bree Bree was in that kitchen. He said that Bree Bree was there at the time to when they closed the doors up on Kanika. Well, I haven't seen the video, but I take you guys' word that Bree Bree was in that kitchen. You guys say that she was there. Because I'm asking the question. I just asked you, where was Bree Bree? Mr. Helm said that Bree Bree was in the kitchen running. 2 black girls saw it on the news and made a video. Oh, yes. Okay, I remember now. Since you said the 2 black girls, yes, I remember. Yep. Okay, now you just brought it to my remembrance right there. When you had mentioned the 2 black girls. Yep, I remember now. Yep. That's where Bree Bree was, people. Yeah, that's what Bree Bree's was. So damn, I remember now. That just literally jogged my memory. Well, as soon as you mentioned those 2 black girls, I remember that video. I remember now. Now I asked the question, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Now we know where in the fuck Bree Bree was. Bree Bree was at the establishment. And Bree Bree was in that kitchen. So my question is, what the fuck did Bree Bree know? Because see, again, now that jolted my memory, Bree Bree was in that kitchen. And so Bree Bree was in that kitchen. Bree Bree did not, and as you guys say, Bree Bree left the establishment. Well, did you see Bree Bree in the car leaving the establishment, peoples? You may have seen her walk out the door, but did she actually leave the establishment? You never did. And so it's the reason why Bree Bree is over here crying the loudest. Miss Incognito. And then Bree Bree was the one who had told TM all what was going on with Kanika. Bree Bree did that. Bree Bree did that. And to be honest with you people, to be honest with you, and this is just my take based upon that was shown. And like I showed you, I'm gonna show you that video again when Shamaya was standing up there with the beverage manager and Kanika on that ground. See, when you guys thinking that Kanika got commandeered by Franz Kava and all that, that wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Kanika Jenkins already got commandeered earlier and was killed earlier. Well before Kanika Martin came into the picture, peoples, and played Kanika. That wasn't Kanika Jenkins, peoples, that was walking the halls of that establishment. And as you people were saying, got commandeered, almost got commandeered, or whatever the case may be. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. Kenneka Jenkins was already deceased. She was already dead. Because again, watch my live that I did a week ago, and then I put up all of the pictures. Let's go back to the live, people. So let's go back to the live. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen, people. So let's go back to the live, and I want to go to that particular part, peoples, and go back to that particular part. Let me go here. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna call it that live. Because see, in all honesty, peoples, to tell you the truth, and if you really want my opinion, shit, I believe it was Bree Bree and Shemaya was the ones who worked with that establishment to set Kenneka up to be unalived. Because Shemaya was there at the time when Kenneka was getting her ass beat, and Bree Bree was in that kitchen. And the one who killed Kenneka was the one who carried her. And that was none other than Carl Nesbitt. Because you've seen in that video footage, people, the guy with the black hoodie, the one who was there, who was scoping out the place and stuff days before this reenactment. And this girl who had on the ring of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Kenneka, those photos that you see, those were taken days before. Those were taken days before the night. That's why you seen the body that was decomposed on the gurney. And then you see the reenactment. Then you see the girl in TY's live. She had on the same ring as Kenneka. That was Kenneka Martin, who was being sat on by that gay girl. I've already shown you the ring that Kenneka was wearing, and I've already shown you the video and the close-up shot of the ring that the girl was wearing in the chair. Same ring. There wasn't no Kenneka Martin sitting in TY's live or over there by Monifa and Irene. That wasn't Kenneka. Kenneka Jenkins was already deceased. Kenneka Martin was the one who was sitting in that chair with the ring of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And the girl who was walking the halls of that establishment wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, because Kenneka Jenkins had never walked the halls of that establishment. Kenneka Jenkins was already deceased. I've already shown you that. Now, let me show you the Kenneka Jenkins deception. Let me show you again, people. So let me go back to the live that I did, because now, see, this shit already makes sense now. Now I understand why in the fuck Bree Bree was not around. Now I understand. Now I understand why Bree Bree was crying her beloved ass off. Because she was helpful in the analyzation of Kenneka Jenkins, her and Shemaya. And that's why those two asses got ghost. It wasn't Irene. It wasn't Monifa. It was Bree Bree and Shemaya, the two who has always stayed silent in this whole Kenneka Jenkins case. And it's undisputable proof, people, because you've seen Shemaya down there with the beverage manager. You've seen the silhouette of her clothing. You can't tell me that that wasn't Shemaya. I've already shown you in the live that I did, that I'm about to show you right now. Go back and watch that live. It literally proves. Now we see why Bree Bree's been crying so much. Now we see why Shemaya's ass was so quiet and still quiet today. Ain't saying shit. ain't make no lives saying, oh, I miss my friend and all like this. Ain't doing what all of the others did. Irene and Monifa. Bree Bree ain't never made no live. Shemaya ain't never made no live. And why is that? Because you got the two most guilty motherfuckers. Guilty as goddamn sin. And that's why you never see them. So y'all been hauling out and y'all been screaming at the wrong girls. Nah, these are the culprits right here. These two, Shemaya and Bree Bree. And you got busted. You got busted. It ain't no way, people, you can ever tell Edward Joseph that was not Shemaya in that goddamn video with that girl getting assaulted in the manner to which she was. You are exactly right, Deborah G. She had baby blue and black leggings with that little what you call it thing that ran up her leg and all the way up to her arms. And you saw that same silhouette in that video. And you saw Shemaya standing there while Kanika is getting the snot beat out of her. Shemaya. And you saw Shemaya leaning on Kanika in the hallway. I've shown you that picture. It's a video. I've shown you that picture, peoples. It's a video to that. I got everything, and I have shown it, people. So I've shown it on the live. Go watch the last live that I did. I've shown it all. The girl is guilty as fucking sin, peoples. This girl is guilty as fucking sin, both of them. Shemaya and Bree Bree. All right, let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. And they thought that they were going to get away with the shit that they did, but nope, I'm on you. I'm on you big time. And I'm calling you out. That's why they're so quiet. And I don't give a fuck who don't like it. You ain't got to agree with me. I don't give a fuck because, again, the pictures don't lie, peoples. Here it is right here. Huh? There he is right there. There it is right there, people. There is Carl Nesbitt, the motherfucker who carried Kanika. There it is right there, peoples. The motherfucker who carried Kanika. Now, there he is right there. And see, we've been looking at this shit all wrong, peoples. We have been looking at this shit all wrong, peoples. Because the two motherfuckers who has been silent So y'all go back and watch this live. I talked about Carl Nesbitt. There he is right there. There he is right there, peoples. Go back and watch the live. There he is right there. And you see, peoples, and you see a lot of people thought that Kanika Jenkins had walked the halls of that establishment. And that's certainly just not the case, peoples, as you can see. See, we have literally been misled in this whole particular case. We've been misled because you have Carl Nesbitt that was at the establishment, walking the halls of that establishment. James Coleman walking the halls of that establishment. You know, why were they there? Peoples, why was they there? All of this was a setup. All of this was a setup. Purely setup. This is why TM is going crazy. Remember, James Coleman had remember that girl, what's the girl's name? The one that plays with the dolls and stuff, and you know, the dolls goes off and start woo, you know, and things. Candace Starr. You remember Candace Starr, right? And remember when TM got busted in the eye and in the lip and stuff, and she took a picture in the mirror with James Coleman. And he was standing up there, and she was standing up there, and she had the holding the phone and stuff, and he literally gave her a black eye, and Candace Starr was like, well, who is beating up on this woman? You know, blah blah blah, and all like this and stuff. You know, it was just crazy, really crazy. And TM was just sitting up there with a black eye. But no sooner than all of this stuff that has transpired with Kanika is over with and things, where's James Coleman? He's nowhere to be found now, right? When Kanika died, James Coleman got ghost because his task was up. He was TM's handler. He was the one who stayed there with TM. He was the one who groomed all of those girls and everything and stuff, you know, because you've seen him in photos with her and everything, Kanika and all, you know, as they were growing up. But no sooner than Kanika had got killed at that Crown Plaza is when James Coleman had disappeared. That ain't fiction, people. That's a fact. That is a fact. Ask TM, where's James Coleman today? Why isn't it that Monifa, Shemaya, Bree Bree, Irene ain't even talking to TM today? They don't even acknowledge TM. They don't even come over to see her. Nothing. They have nothing to do with her. But see, people, you know, see the thing is, you know, you got to ask yourself the question, because see, all of this stuff wasn't by happenstance and it wasn't by chance. These people were at the establishment. You see the pictures right there. Let me share my screen. You see the pictures right there, and the pictures is worth 1,000 words, peoples. A picture is worth 1,000 words. And you got to ask yourself the question, Why was all of these people at that establishment? Why? For what reason? You know, the more that you dive into this case, peoples, the more that you're starting to see the big picture. And the reason why they did not want people to say anything. Kanika was already a target from the beginning. It was no doubt that she was a target from the beginning. You know, there he is right there. There he is right there at the Crown Plaza. And why was he there? What, trying to bake some cookies? Sell some Girl Scout cookies? Why was he there, peoples? That's the question. Why was he there? And nobody can answer that question. Everybody's silent and mum's the word to when it comes down to this. Why was TM, Carl Nesbitt, and James Coleman at that establishment, peoples? Because you can't say that he wasn't there, because he was there. This man is caught on video surveillance. Walking through. And then it says at 1:07 in the morning. Well, you know it's the morning because you don't see no light outside. So my question is this, peoples. My question is simply this. When the supposed Kanika, Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree Bree first was supposed to have came to the establishment and walked in from this area right here that I got my pointer on. Why is it that we never see them in this general area right here of the establishment? You never seen Kanika, Monifa, Shemaya, nor Bree Bree in this general area. Never. Why did the video abruptly cut off at the point in time to when they walked down the hall and came to this particular area in the front lobby? Why did we never see Kanika in the front lobby? But all we hear is just narratives that she was staggering drunk near the front desk. But we never seen no video of Kanika, the main person in this Kanika Jenkins case. Kanika Jenkins. We never seen her in this area. And why is that? And nobody was able to answer the question, peoples. Because everybody's got their theories as to this and that and the other, but we see everybody else in the Kanika Jenkins case. But the only time that we can see Kanika in this particular area is through narratives that the people give. Everybody, Kanika was staggering drunk near the front desk. But we never seen no video of Kanika in this general area. Period. No video whatsoever, peoples. And you got to ask yourself the question, why is that, peoples? We never see no video of Kanika, Monifa, Shemaya, or Bree Bree getting on an elevator. No video. Why is that? Why is that, peoples? Why is it that we've only got clips? Carl Nesbitt, peoples. Tanasia and T.Y.'s father. The one at the establishment. And I want you to answer the question, people. Why is it that when they are in the hallway, is that the people want to come and blur their faces? Why is that? Why is that when certain people come into the hallway that they want to blur their faces? Because they don't want them to be seen. But remember, people, we seen the picture of Carl Nesbitt carrying the body of Kanika in his arms. Why was he there, peoples? Was this revenge killing? For the debt that Kanika brother owed in the dealings of her father? Because see, you can't put this aside, people. You can't put this aside. This is why nobody's talking. Because it was deeper than what a lot of people thought. And you see that emblem on his chest? That's a shark's tooth. See that little emblem right there? That's a shark's tooth. A shark. And you know what sharks does, right? Sharks bites, cuts, tears, rips apart, devours. And then why was the Wilson brothers there? Remember the other guy that was standing in the hall, just like him, in the hall, and his brothers came down, and when a certain person walked down, then they came and ran. You guys remember that, right? And then you guys remember when I had read the case files. And all in the case files, it was describing all of these people going to the southwest entry hall, the same area as where Kanika was walking, as described in the case files. But nobody talks about that. And see, this is authentic because you can see the red lines, the boxes, all of the people are there. And this is where they came from. And there he is right there, peoples. Why was he there? Why was he there, peoples? Carl Nesbitt. And then look, the same jacket, the same face, and then there he is, right there carrying the body of Kanika. There he is. And they tried to blur it out, but it's a video, peoples. It's a video. It's a video of him carrying Kanika. And this is the same silhouette as Kanika's outfit right here, as you can see. There he is right there, peoples. There he is. There he is. There he is. Carrying Kanika. And I've always told you the one who carried Kanika is the one who killed Kanika. And I'm talking about Kanika Jenkins. Peoples. Beverage manager didn't kill Kanika. Franz Cave didn't kill Kanika. Carl Nesbitt did. That's why TM is going crazy. Because she knew what happened to Kanika. And all of these people are intertwined. They're into human trafficking and organ harvesting peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Human trafficking and organ harvesting. And so they painted this picture of a damsel in distress walking the halls of that establishment and things, but yet this was the real deal right here, peoples. This right here was the real deal, and I've been telling you that for years. I've been telling you that for years. I've been telling you that for years. Nobody wanted to believe me, but you believe me now. There's the evidence right there. It's in your face. She was carried. Kanika was carried. Peoples. There it is right there. Look at the face, peoples. There it is right there. There's your killer right there. The one who killed Kanika. And I've been telling you that for years. But nobody wanted to believe me. He was the one who knew Bill Murray, Carl Nesbitt, because he was the one who was helped building the Caddy Shack. Carl Nesbitt. He was the one who works in construction and built hotels and all of this. Carl Nesbitt. Tanasia and T.Y.'s father. The one who scoped out the place. Carl Nesbitt. This is why Uncle Fed had gotten so angry with me and stuff, because Carl Nesbitt is Uncle Fed's nephew. Did you hear what I said? I said Carl Nesbitt is Uncle Fed's nephew. And when I start to expose Carl Nesbitt for the nefarious bullshit and madness he did, oh, Uncle Fed, that's when Uncle Fed came. Y'all remember Uncle Fed, right? Uncle Fed and what's his name? What's that guy's name? King Von Silk, King Von Pennies, and that's when all of them came to my channel because they tried to get me to talk about something else, and I wouldn't. There it is, right there, people. Since in your face, I told you. This was a big, major cover up, peoples. And then here is the bloodstained sheets. I got the video, but I can't show this up on YouTube. So I just got a screenshot of it. Look at all of that bloodstained sheets. See, the things I can't show on YouTube, I can show on TikTok and Instagram now. Because they love all of that gory stuff over there. So all of the stuff that it had restricted me from showing up on YouTube, I can show up on Instagram and TikTok now. And that's what I'm going to start doing. See, they tried to fool us with all of this madness. You know, remember that guy that was in the car and stuff with the friends and things. And we thought that the person was deceased. Just like y'all thought that Kanika was deceased and transported to the establishment. Well, if she was deceased and transported to the establishment, how in the hell could she be walking the halls of that establishment and walking herself into a freezer? This is Kanika on the gurney decomposed. This is the other girl who played Kanika. See, this is where they played you, peoples, because for the longest time I talked about this. How did she get from a freezer to looking like this on a gurney, but looking like this at a funeral home? It's impossible, peoples. It's impossible. This picture was taken well before this picture was taken. And this is how she looked on the gurney, being taken out of the freezer. Because as you can see right there, that little tuft of hair is the same tuft of hair right there. See that? Then we look. See the tuft of hair right there? That's the tuft of hair. See, right by the eyeball, right by the eye, right here, right by the eye, right there. And see how it goes down and it's kind of curved. And look at that, down and it curves. That's Kanika Jenkins on the gurney decomposed. Now, you don't believe me? Okay. So let me go to the video of when they were taking Kanika out on the gurney. And then the guy lifted up her head. Let me see if I can find that video. Why isn't it that we never seen the video of her supposedly walking into the freezer? Why is that, peoples? Never seen a video of her supposedly walking into the freezer. But yet we have all of this video footage of them walking into the kitchen. And you do remember we seen the coroner, or the supposed acting coroner, there days before this incident. Why was that? Because she was already deceased days before this reenactment. Did you see anybody with cameras, people? Did you see any person with a camera coming in all through all of this video and stuff? Did you see anybody with a camera coming in taking pictures and stuff? See, you know, this is what I say, people. See, until you can actually see for yourself, instead of listening to this ridiculous madness that these people are speaking, you'll forever believe madness. When out of all of this time that I've shown and I sped up the video and stuff, when did you ever see anybody come in with a camera and start taking pictures? When did you see anybody come in with a camera, peoples? Now, what I'm gonna do, peoples, is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this video footage and I'm gonna simultaneously play it side by side when this girl was supposed to have walked into this kitchen and supposedly walked back there directly into the freezer. And I'm gonna play that simultaneously side by side. So you guys can get that comparison, so you guys can see. And then I'm gonna play simultaneously when the beverage manager had walked back here. And I'm gonna let all three of those videos play simultaneously. And it's gonna be short, but I'm gonna loop it. Now finally, bingo. Look, what do you see? See the people with the cameras. But that's been what? Almost 3 hours later, peoples? So now let's put this in perspective. Let's put this in perspective. Okay. Because I'm gonna put all of this, I'm gonna put all of this stuff together right here. All right. So now we have that. I'm gonna come back to this video. but I want to show you guys something. I want to show you guys something. I want to teach you something on today. Okay. I want you guys to see this. Because now this is going to make you really think about some things. Because I don't think that you guys have really been thinking about this or seeing this in this particular fashion. Because this of what I'm about to do really will cut straight to the core. I want you guys to envision this for one moment. Okay. I want you guys to take a look at the ice cube. Okay, so we got the officer with the camera. All right. Now, look at the ice cube. So he comes in, he takes a picture, and the ice cube is clear as daylight, it's solid, right? And the ice cube is literally under her toe. Okay, I want you guys to envision that. Envision that. So they come in and taking pictures and stuff. Ice cube is solid. And it's under her toe, right? Okay. He comes and take more pictures. And there's the ice cube right there behind her back, right? Okay. Yeah, I see that. There's the ice cube right there. Okay. So the ice cube is solid over here, solid under her foot, solid behind her back. All right. And they right there taking pictures. Okay. So now I want you to take a look at this. Now the ice cube has melted. So tell me, how long do you think that it would have taken for that solid piece of ice cube that is under her toe would have melted? Because remember, ice cube is solid, right? The guy with the camera is right there. The ice cube is clearly solid under her toe. And the ice cube over here is solid. That's a solid piece of ice cube right there, right? And so by the ice cube melting, that water would have ran down right by her foot. But the ice cube is solid, and then it melts, but then it becomes a frozen puddle of water. So why did they turn back on the freezer? And there he is with the camera. Why did they let the freezer defrost to the degree to where the ice literally melted and then turn back on the freezer for the ice, for the water to start freezing up again? I just take a look at that for one moment, people. I'm putting it in perspective to where it will get you to literally look at this in a different light. Take a look at that. there the guy is with the camera. The ice is literally solid under her toe and behind her back, but then it melts and then it becomes a frozen puddle of ice. Now just think about that for one moment, people. Think about that for one moment. The ice melt, but then it turns around and it starts to freeze up. So if the thing starts to freeze up and her body is still in there and the ice melt, but then the ice turns into frozen puddle of water, just imagine how cold that is for that puddle of water to turn as a frozen puddle of water. Just imagine how cold it would have been in that freezer for that to happen and for that puddle of water to freeze. How long will it take for a puddle of water to freeze, peoples? Picture that. Picture that. I want you to really grasp this concept right here. The officer is right there with the camera. Officer is right there with the camera. With the camera. See the camera right there in his hand. How long would it have taken There's the camera right there in his hand, right there. How long will it have taken for this puddle of water to have turned frozen? And it's a solid piece of ice. How long for the ice to melt, first and foremost? And then how long would it have taken for that puddle of water to have turned frozen? I want you guys to picture that. Picture that. Because the evidence is right there. The evidence is right there, people. It's in your face. And I've shown you on the other day, peoples, I want you guys to look at this. How the plastic got out of side of the freezer door, and it's on the inside. So the plastic couldn't have gotten outside of the door, peoples, unless the door was open. I want you guys to notice something. See, when plastic burns, it flies, right? It flies in the air. And her body had to be upright because it ain't no way that the burnt plastic could have flew up, flew right here, and flew right here, right under her foot. Because there's burnt plastic on her foot. So let me show you. See, that burnt plastic is all everywhere. Burnt plastic right there. Burnt plastic on The back of her pants. See that? Burnt plastic right there. Burnt plastic right there. Y'all see that? All burnt plastic right here. Burnt plastic right there, right there, right there. Y'all see that? Burnt plastic right there. But the most striking and telling is the burnt plastic right there. Embedded on her toe where her toe was laying down on the ice. And look, there's burnt plastic right there. And burnt plastic right there. So help me to make this make sense, peoples. And then look, the burnt plastic up on right here. But the most important thing is, how did that chunk of burnt plastic get on her toe? How did the burnt plastic get on her toe? And her toe, peoples, was literally sitting on top of the little ice cube. How did the burnt plastic get on her toe? See, people's nobody's answering that question. And nobody has ever asked that question. How did the burnt plastic get on her toe? Because that's burnt plastic right there, peoples. And then remember, she had burnt plastic on her fingernail. I don't want it to be a PDF. But it transformed everything to a PDF. I don't want that. I don't want it to be a PDF. I don't know why they changed it to a PDF, but okay. We'll just do it like that, and I just have to save it. Chunks of burnt plastic right there. Burnt plastic on her thumbnail. So, because there's burnt plastic on her thumbnail, peoples, the burnt plastic is not going to get on her thumbnail if she was laying down. You see, the burnt plastic flies up on her thumbnail while she is sitting upright, which is indicative of the fact that the burnt plastic is not only on her thumbnail, but the burnt plastic is on her toe. Burnt plastic is on her toe. Burnt plastic is on her thumb. Thumb on her toe. So, the question is, people, how in God's name did the burnt plastic get on her toe and on her thumbnail? And her toe was resting upon a chunk of solid ice. And then the ice melts under her toe. And there's the guy. There's the guy with the camera. There's the guy with the camera, but it's burnt plastic on her toe and it's burnt plastic up on her fingernail. How did that happen, people? And there was a chunk of solid ice that was under her toe, but then the ice melted under her toe. And then it turned into a puddle of frozen water. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. Help me to make that make sense. The evidence is clearly right there in your face. So how did that happen, peoples? How did it happen, peoples? Can anybody explain that? How did that happen? How did the burnt plastic get on her toe, get on her fingernail, get on the back of her pants, and yet her foot was sitting upon a piece of solid ice? The ice melted and then turn around and be a puddle of frozen water. And then the guy is right there with the camera. And according to the video, they're no longer back there no more than about an hour. But according to the mega data on the photos, those photos was taken on the 7th. And this video was taken on the 10th. Let me repeat that again, people. The mega data on the photos said that the photos was taken on the 7th, but the video shows that they were there on the 10th. So help me to explain help me to explain why help me to explain why Kanika was lying on the gurney decomposed. Burnt plastic on the back of Kanika's pants. But help me understand, why is it that Kanika's body is laying on the gurney decomposed, and they was supposed to had just taken the pictures on the 10th, and the body is not going to be decomposed with just within 1 day's time, peoples, or just a couple of hours from the 9th until the 10th, because she was supposed to have died on the 9th at night, and then they're supposed to have found her early in the morning at 12 something on the 10th. So just hours. A body is not going to be decomposed just hours. But the mega data on the pictures said that the pictures was taken on the 7th. But according to the video, and we see the guy with the camera, that was taken on the 10th. But yet the body that was taken out of the freezer was decomposed. That's why TM had that horrifying look on her face when they took her body out from the freezer. Now you guys understand what I have been saying, people. See, the thing is, you had to see it for yourself. You had to see it for yourself. The mega data on the picture said that the pictures was taken on the 7th, but the video said that it was taken on the 10th. But she is decomposed on the gurney. So how could that be, peoples? How could that be, peoples? See, that's because you don't listen. Because they played with the video footage. That's why they took it to Target. Because the young ladies was telling you the other day, if you watched the live on last night, they told you that the girl was playing with an outdated version of Photoshop. So they played and manipulated with the time. But see, people's pictures and videos don't lie. You only can do so much with it. James Coleman had beat the living daylights out of TM. And my question was James Coleman paid to keep TM silent and on script? That's going to be my next live, peoples. And this is going to be the cover. See, peoples, I got some work to do because I got to put these videos and pictures and everything together so you will all see for yourself they lied and they cover all of this stuff up because it wasn't just only Kanika, peoples. It was many others as well. It wasn't just only Kanika. It was many others as well. And they didn't think that anybody was going to be able to piece this thing together. I did. And I've shown you. Hello, Mr. Homer Green. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. People, I pieced this thing together. I've shown you. Clear as daylight. Now you have a visual. Now you have a timeline. Now you have some things in points of reference. And then you got to ask yourself the question. How did the burnt plastic get outside of the freezer, get on her toe, get on her fingernail if she was laying down? Impossible, people. It's impossible. It's impossible, peoples. Because she couldn't have burnt the plastic herself. See, now I'm just setting it up so you guys can visually see, and then you ask yourself the question because, you know, you can't tell me Kanika Jenkins walked herself into that freezer and laid down and died. It's impossible, peoples. Oh boy, you guys wait till I put this thing together. I got what I need. I'm going to take these little snippets and put this in a nice little slideshow, and I'm gonna narrate it, and I'm gonna show it to the people, and I'm gonna ask the people view this, and then you tell me what you think. See, people, ain't no other YouTuber breaking it down the way that I'm doing it. And I'm getting you to think, I'm getting you to see, I'm getting you to understand. I'm getting you to really understand where I've been coming from and how Kanika couldn't have never been at an establishment on a night. It's impossible, peoples. Impossible. Not with everything that I have been showing you. Now you see where I'm coming from, people. See, when you take all of the pieces together and put it in a order and put it in your face and let you see, you come up with a conclusion. You come up with some answers as to how and why. Now it begins to make sense, right? Why TM had the strange look on her face. Because she never envisioned Kanika being decomposed on a gurney. But she played the part well. This is one of the reasons why they would never clearly show you a crystal clear cut video of a supposed Kanika ever walking the halls of that establishment. All right, people, I'll be back. I want you guys to take a look at that. And we're going to talk about it. We're definitely going to talk about it, people. So we're going to talk about that. Let me see. Where is this picture at? I'm going to post it up. Where's that picture at? It's on the desktop under Kanika. Okay. Yep, we're going to talk about it, peoples. Because we have to get clarity out of confusion. Got to try to figure out some things here. And we have to ask ourselves the question, why? Trying to get to that picture, but I don't see it. Probably may have to put it on my desktop to be able to just get it quickly, because I don't see it. Let me go back. Okay, it says it's about that. I don't see it. All right, so what I'll probably do is just put it on my desktop and just do it that way. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Let me go look for it. There it is right there. Find the location. Open up in File Explorer right there. All right. Okay. Here, let me do it like this. Shrink that down. Close that up. There it is right there. I'm gonna put a copy of it right there. Okay, I'm gonna just put it on my desktop. Yeah. Okay, close all of that up and close all of that up. I'm gonna put it back in there, but at least I got it on my desktop. So I can find it quickly right there. Image on desktop. Okay, so what is the name of it? Close it up. I gotta get the name of it. Name of it. Okay. Now let's try this again. Image desktop. Right there. Okay, cool. Yeah. So that is what I am going to talk about, peoples, when I come on next. Let's get out of here, peoples.
You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song of deliverance from my enemies, till all my fears are gone. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. From my mother's womb, you have chosen me. Your love has called my name. Now I've been born again into your family. Your blood flows through my veins. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. Oh, I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. My fears are drowned in perfect love. You ransomed me so I could stand and say I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. My fears are drowned in perfect love. You rescued me so I could stand and say I am a child of God. Oh, I am a child of God. I am a child of God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, If you give a little more than you take, and if you try to fix more than you break, if you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain, there's a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, if you shine a little light, give sight to the ones who've lost their way, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. If you walk around with your heart on your sleeve, and if you're trying to be the change you want to see, if you lay down your life for love so someone could be saved, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you.
Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2026 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. People, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I greatly appreciate each and every one of you tuning in to this particular live. I will be back again, peoples, to talk about this of what is being depicted upon my screen. Until then, peoples, you guys be blessed, get your rest. People, pray for this young lady that she gets her life and her situation right. Until then, peoples, the Lord says the same. I'll see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.